Hi guys. So this is not the stream that I plan to have today. It's one I decided to have at about 3 this morning. In the later years of my life, I've not been very good at faking an emotion. I can get through an issue, but I can't fake an emotion, and this week has been very sad in our house. As many of you people know, my husband Riot streams, and he has a really good buddy named Sedate Live who also streams. Sedate Live does like Apex mostly and some Halo, and he hold on. Sedate is fine, but he lost a friend to suicide. His Apex buddy. And my heart hurts for him a lot. And so we're trying to be good friends and be there for him, but it's brought up quite a few issues from our own situations. Sorry, it takes a minute to be able to talk. I'm gonna paint while I talk, so hopefully I'll be able to talk. So in Riot and my life, we've experienced quite a few losses due to suicide. So it's hard for us to really kind of get into, but I'm gonna try because it's really important. In the meantime, I have put the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline phone number up, and I decided that it's not like a super official charity stream, but if it was gonna be a charity stream, then I would like to donate towards stuff like that. So I did To Write Love on Our Arms, because that was an organization that was big when I was a teen. So, and I'll post it in chat to get it eventually. Hold on. Get a copy. I'm probably only going to be able to tell the story once, so if you miss it, I'm sorry, you're going to have to watch the replay. My dad and I had a really, really love-hate relationship. He was a very sweet guy, very give the shirt off his back kind of guy, but he was also towards the end of his life not well. He had a lot of health problems that messed with his head. He became disabled. He couldn't work. He had lots and lots of health issues, but the biggest one was kidney failure. And when he got the diagnosis for that, he was shattered. He was quite down. He didn't feel like he was able to support his family anymore and work and be a man, you know. And his family had a lot of mental health issues they never dealt with that they should have. And so when my dad was diagnosed with that and was diagnosed with just not being able to work and stuff anymore, he became kind of bedridden. Like he was supposed to stay laying down, and he had like a cut on his foot that wouldn't heal, so he was trying to get it to heal. And he became really depressed and would often talk about how he felt like a burden on his family. And he talked about how just useless and pathetic he felt. He was raised very much a guy's guy. Like, and if he couldn't work, that was a big deal. And so he would talk about suicide. And when he learned he had kidney failure, he learned that if he didn't take dialysis, he would just eventually die. And he decided not to. Part not wanting to put the burden financially on our family, and like partly just from being so depressed. And I was angry as a kid about it, like as a teen. Thought, why would you just give up, you know? I ended up not talking to my father for about 6 months before he died. And I was visiting my grandma, who lived pretty close to them, and something kept me there that late that day at my grandmother's. And when I finally left, I drove past their house because it was on my way home, and I saw fire trucks at my parents' house. And I knew something had happened. So I pulled up and I stopped. And I got there and the door was wide open, so I went in, and my mom was in hysterics. And the cops were trying to ask her questions, and she screaming and crying, she couldn't answer them. So I pulled her out and I shoved her to the living room and I said, "Mom, you're the only one that's been with him. You have to answer their questions." And I think seeing me surprise her so much that she could, she started answering the questions. And I walked back to the room, and my dad was on the floor getting CPR. Apparently he had just fallen out. And that wasn't unusual for his health problems. he had coded, and they couldn't find his pulse. And it took them a really long time. But eventually they got a pulse. They took him to the hospital, where they said that basically it was too late. His kidneys had failed. He'd had a heart attack, and there was very little to no brain activity. My dad spent 2 weeks on life support before we had to make the decision to pull the plug. A few years later, I used to work for a company called Great Wolf Lodge. I worked in their gift shop, retail. We were all really, really close at Great Wolf Lodge. I think we were really work family at that time, especially in the retail department. And my husband, at the time, he wasn't my husband, we were just dating, but he worked in the food and beverage department, and I worked retail. And there was a kid there named Jonah Blackwell, and he was the sweetest kid, always making you laugh, always. And I really respected Jonah, and I liked him a lot. He didn't really bitch and complain very much, and if he saw the shift was sucking, he'd try to make it better for everyone. And a lot of times at the end of the night, he would close the downstairs stores, and then he would come up and join us in the big gift shop and help us close down. So the end of the nights, they were really like my favorite part of the night, you know? Look forward to seeing him and catching up. And watched him, you know, sneak a stuffed animal or give away something because a kid was crying, you know? Just that kind of guy, just super sweet. And one day, I was working late, closing down the swim shop. The swim shop was kind of downstairs and by itself, so no one ever really came in there except to go to the water park. But employee-wise, no one ever came in there. And my boss came down to the shop to check on me, and his name was Jay. He was kind of new to managing, but he was a super sweet guy too. And he came in and he said, is Anthony working tonight? And I said, I think so, or he's waiting on me or something like that. I don't even remember. And he said, okay, you might want to call him and make sure he's close. And I was like, oh, okay. You know, thinking like maybe we'll get done quick tonight and I can go and, you know, whatever. Not really thinking anything of it. We go and we close down the shop, and we go upstairs and we close down the upper shops, and we go down to the banking room, you know, where we could count our money at the end of the night. And we count our money, and he asked everyone to stay. And we were like, okay, maybe some new store policy or announcement or something. And when we finished banking and put away all our stuff, he said that he had received a call tonight from the family members of one of our employees. And he said that in the phone call he learned that one of the employees had killed themselves. And then he said the employee that had killed themselves was Jonah Blackwell. And we're just all in shock. And we were all in shock, you know, we were all surprised. And it didn't hit me right away what had happened, but my first thought was, I need to call Shay and Sandra, because they were Jonah's best friends at Great Wolf. And I called him. I don't think I got an answer, but I left him a message that said, I just heard, if you need anything, let me know. And I made it all the way through the hotel, down the hall, to the car with Anthony, and when I got to the car, it hit me, and I just broke down. And the next few days we learned that Jonah had been at school that day, and apparently he had texted some friends after school, and no one had replied quickly to him or anything. And so he had shot himself in a park. And the interesting thing about it was that a few days before, someone else from his same school had died. He had jumped from a cliff. So when Jonah died, it was a double hitter for the school, but for Great Wolf people, we were so surprised. He never seemed depressed. He never seemed hardly upset, you know? And when it was time for his funeral, we everyone at Great Wolf wanted to go. And the bosses were sympathetic, but they were like, we need someone to cover their shifts, sorry, you know? So some people that didn't know Jonah so well and worked at Great Wolf offered to cover shifts so people could go to the funeral. And the funeral was amazing. Like, I think the entire high school showed up. It was huge. My husband wasn't going to be able to get off to go. They told him, you know, he would have to take a point or get in trouble, and he was like, fuck that, I'm going. And he showed up. And all of us from Great Wolf, we wore orange ribbons, because that was his favorite color. And we, after the funeral, when we got back, we made a display with like every orange product that we had until it sold out. It was like our shrine to him. And I felt bad for the guests, because the guests were like, what the fuck, why is everyone so depressed? But there was no way to hide it. He was 18 and he died. And I wouldn't say we were like super close, but we were pretty close. And I think he really liked my husband. I think he was kind of looking up to him a little bit. We were making plans to try to hang out with him more. And then he's just gone. And I took his photo and I put it up at our wedding. Because we had a lot of Great Wolf people from our wedding there. But, that was him. And the kind of guy he was like, one day I was working, I was cashiering, and I saw somebody come in the store that I knew that was somebody I didn't like a whole lot, and I got really scared. And I said, Jonah, come here. Jump on my register. And I just crouched down behind this giant, like, bar thing, and I just crouched behind it. And I was having a panic attack. And he didn't ask questions. He didn't frown or anything. He just immediately stepped up and took over. And he wouldn't leave my side until that person left. And I got myself together. And he never asked me about it. He never said anything. One time this parent came in with a kid who was crying because he'd lost his stuffed animal. Jonah didn't even think twice. He just took an animal off the wall and handed it to him. It's like, here. And that's just the kind of person that he was. And to know, after he died, no, before he died, he wrote a suicide note and he left it in his locker. And after investigation, the funeral was concluded, they released the suicide note to the family. And it was written to my friend Shay. And just to see him admitting that he was in pain and not feeling like he could talk to people about it, be brave enough to talk about it, like, that was hard. And you know how you see certain people and you're like, that's definitely a loss in the world. That definitely was one. Yeah, he was everybody's friend. Just everybody's. And he died about 9 years ago now. And a few years later, right before my son turned 2, we had another loss at Great Wolf. I had quit working Great Wolf when I got pregnant, but we stayed in contact with a lot of the people from there because they really were work family. And one of our people posted on Facebook, oh my god, I can't believe, it was like, oh wait, what happened? One of our other retail employees at the time, Justin, his name was Justin Van Brunt. He was really quiet, reserved. He was an alpha, so an alpha was like a lead position with me. And he trained me on how to use certain programs and things and stuff. But I always made it a point to come see me down when I worked in the swim shop. I got word that he also shot himself. And he was quiet and reserved, and I guess if you had to compare the two, it would be less of a surprise, but these people and they're just gone. And there's no more making memories or experiences and stuff in life anymore. It's just gone. I mentioned earlier my dad. That was my dad. And digitally you weren't here, but you can watch the replay when this episode of stream is over. But I talked about how my dad was very sick and depressed, and he openly talked about suicide. And he chose not to receive treatment for kidney failure, so he, in essence, chose to end his life as well. To let it end. And I never knew him, but his dad committed suicide. His dad had Alzheimer's before there was any treatment for Alzheimer's, really. And he went out back and shot himself in the head with a shotgun. And suicide has been a huge part of my life, whether I wanted it to be or not. And I was explaining to Digital that the reason this is in discussion today is because one of Riot's really good friends, Sedate lost a friend to suicide this last week. He tweeted about it, and I'll pull that up in just a second here. Here. His buddy Chris passed away, and we've been trying to be there for him, for Sedate, and it's just stirred up a lot of old memories and issues, so I decided, since I'm not very good at faking it through, that I would just talk about it instead today. And it's really hard for Sedate. Sedate hasn't dealt with a whole lot of loss, and I knew in the last few months him and Chris had gotten pretty close, so it's not doing so well. Everyone thinks of suicide like, I'll just be gone. No one will worry about me again, or I won't have to go through this pain anymore. And it's true, like, you won't, but it leaves that behind for everyone else. People like that did care that you didn't realize, you know? Maybe we didn't say it enough, maybe you just didn't notice because you were in your own head. When I was a teen, I tried to commit suicide multiple times, and I felt like I just wanted the pain to end, and I was so emotionally drained that I didn't care anyone would be sad if I left, you know? I thought that I had been doing so much to try to please them and appease them that I thought I thought by the time I was suicidal that no one would care anymore, you know, or like it wasn't good enough, you know. I was just drained, and it's funny, I talk about it but I don't talk about it. When I was a kid, I was raped multiple times by my cousin, and I couldn't ever fully tell my parents what happened, but I tried, and nothing happened. I didn't get counseling, I didn't get help. I was just left to deal with it on my own. And between that and bullying in school and stuff, I just became really suicidal. And I was a chicken about suicide, so I was like, oh, I can't take pills. I always throw up when I try to take pills. I can't shoot myself. I don't have a gun or that brave. Hanging was like the closest I get, and finally I decided, you know, I'd drown myself because it looks so pretty in movies and whatnot. So I filled my bathtub up, and I had some scrap material I used to use to sew with. So that was like a rope almost. So I tied my hands and my feet, and I threw myself in the tub and tried to drown myself. And it didn't work because your body like goes into fight or flight, and I just like sat up, you know, in the tub. But I was so disappointed that I'd failed. And I tried again and again in different ways, and none of it ever worked. And I finally gave up, but in my head I stopped living. Like, I stopped caring about how other people would feel if I died, because I felt like they didn't care about me now. And I was scared to go to therapy. I was scared that they would find out that I was really broken or something was really wrong, and I would be locked up. And in my head, I said I would figure out a way to kill myself before I graduated. I wanted to see prom and then what senior life was like, but then that was gonna be it. And prom came around and senior stuff came around, and then suddenly I was graduated. I had missed my timeline. And my dad was really ill and struggling with his own suicidal thoughts and stuff. And so then, after high school, the next thing you're supposed to do is go to college. And I was like, sure, I'll sign up for college. But I didn't know, I hadn't researched colleges. I hadn't thought about careers. I hadn't done any of that. And I had 2 months to do it. So I just went to the first college that my friend was going to. And I was like, oh, I'll go with you or whatever. And so I applied and I got in, and college offered free counseling. And I went to go, well, actually even before that, I finally did tell my mom I wanted counseling because I was scared. And she put me in this Christian-based counselor who didn't take any time at all to get to know me and wrote off everything, and I hated her. And every suggestion she tried I did, and it made everything worse. And finally I just stopped going to her. So when I went to college and they offered free counseling, I said, okay, I'll try again. And I tried to get into their sexual abuse group, and it was full. There's so many people in college trying to get help that their groups were full. And so they let me join another group. I think it was a dysfunctional families group or something. But I finally found a support group at my in my hometown, and it was like the only support group in my hometown. And my town's not small. It's right near Dallas. Like, it was run by a church, and I showed up and I said, look, I'd like to get back into private counseling and get real focused help, but I don't know anyone. And they suggested a counselor there at the church, so I went and saw her. And I saw her when my dad died, and I liked her a lot better. She definitely took time to understand and listen and stuff, and doing that in the support group at the same time really helped. But I had stopped learning how to live in the present and in the future. I was stuck in the past, and I really struggled for many years. And I didn't really become suicidal anymore or anything like that, but I can understand what they were going through when they made that choice. And that breaks my heart more, because I don't blame them. I made the same choice, at one point in my life. And I wish I could talk to them. I wish I could tell them they're wrong, that people care. But it's too late. And there's nothing that takes away that. When people die of old age and stuff, it's expected. You prepare for it. But when people die from suicide, it's always a shock. It always catches you off guard. And it's always from people with the biggest hearts. People that you wouldn't expect it because they give so much. So I'm doing this talk today so that if anyone is thinking about that, you don't just disappear. You don't just gracefully disappear and no one remembers you and people just forget you over time. Jonah's been dead for 9 years and it still feels like yesterday. My dad for 10. It's still just as raw. People still go on their Facebook pages and post, I had this memory of you today, or I was thinking of you today. We still desperately try to find any way to cling and hang on to in our lives. And I don't care how isolated or alone you feel or how much you think no one cares. People do. You may not see it. I know I didn't see it when I was in that mode, but people do. I'm glad that my suicide attempts failed. I wasn't then, but I am now. I have a kid, I have a husband, I have a really good life. Things I never would have experienced. And I do understand, like, my dad, he was suicidal because of not being able to work and just disability and being bedridden. I was hurt and I was bedridden for over a year. Like, I really get it. I do know those feelings. I know what waking up every day in physical and mental and emotional pain feels like. And it's the fucking worst. But don't give up. Please. Because what you leave behind hurts just as bad. I don't know if Justin would have killed himself had Jonah not. I don't know if Jonah would have killed himself if his friend at school had not. It just seems like pain gets transferred. And it just keeps being transferred. I have a son now, and I think about this all the time. What is he gonna go through? What's he gonna experience? Is he gonna feel pain like this? Am I gonna miss it and one day walk in and find him dead? And I just can't imagine. My brain shuts down. I hope, now that I'm 30, that, you know, the trend of people I know that are killing themselves stops, but can't guarantee it. So I figured at least one point in my stream life, if I'm gonna talk about it, I'll do it today. I made it a point in my private life to talk about mental health and to talk about, you know, issues like these. I haven't brought that to stream much yet. But in my private life, I run a mental health group more about self-confidence and self-esteem, and not so much, suicide. But, I know it's important not to shy away from these topics. And I know it's important to have them, have these discussions. And, like I said earlier, I'm not good at faking emotions, and I'm obviously very sad. I am sad, and I've been sad for about 3 days now since we got the news, and I needed to discuss it at some point. And I did art when they passed away. Unfortunately, they were in my closet, and we had a leak in my closet, and much of them were damaged. I remember painting after when the suicide of Chester from Linkin Park died. I remember posting about that too, and how that was a celebrity, and he was struggling, and he'd been saying via his music he'd been struggling for years. It made him one of the greats, but we still lost him because of that. Of course, there's always celebrity deaths that are always shocking and surprising, but they're so tabloided up, really, that I feel like we don't even see them as suicides anymore, or it's glamorizing it to some degree, well, if so-and-so died, then he went out, look how everyone's sad about it, look how much everyone cared and stuff. We don't take all that, we just look at it and we're like, well, if they can do it, I can too. And it shouldn't be. Shouldn't be at all. Me and Anthony have a lot of discussions, and Anthony, he doesn't really talk about it as much. It's not that he's afraid to, he's just, unless prompted, he doesn't really bring it up. And he took Jonah's death really hard. And maybe it's just me, but when I was working at Great Wolf, and I said we were like a work family, it was my first work family too. I had been bedridden before it. I hadn't been able to work, so I didn't have a lot of work experience, job experience. Everyone was kind of my age, and we just got along. And so to lose them was really like losing a family member. And there's so many different reasons that people choose that, that it's so sad. I'm one person who's experienced almost a whole handful of just deaths from it. How many more exist out there, supposed to be working on Num's photo, but I got distracted painting. There was a painting I did. Actually, I could probably find it. Hold on. Well, there's a couple of paintings I did. I think I only had a picture of one of them. I did fluid art for a while when dealing with really heavy emotions because it was less restricted and more freeform, and so I did one for Chester when he died from Linkin Park. And I did it in blacks and whites and grays because I felt like that's what suicide was. It was a gray area. And I wanted to show the tormented feeling you feel inside. And the other one I did, I don't have a photo of because it was one of those that got damaged, but basically it was like, it was all black and it would fade to a bluer and bluer and bluer until there was like this one little spot in the middle that almost glowed underneath it all. And I did it that way to talk about just how the hope you have is so dimmed by everything when you're suicidal. And that one got damaged from a leak in our closet. I've done some similar, not exactly because of suicide, but similar feelings that you have, like this one. Just talking about how dark and alone you feel, how small and insignificant you feel when you're suicidal. I did one a long time ago. I don't know if I have a photo. Let me see. Yeah, okay. It's totally messy because I used to do this in my bathroom, which was a total mistake. Never do that, by the way. It stains your tub. But wasn't exactly suicidal, but it was about the reasons I was suicidal, which had to deal with rape and abuse. And I did this fluid pour, and it was black, white, red, and pink. And it was specifically about rape and abuse and how much pain it felt. These are close-ups of it, but it looked basically like that. That was actually, oops, sorry, hold on. It doesn't seem like it, but that was actually really fun at the time, because at the time I was going through a flashback issue and I was quite angry, and a lot of the problem is when you have anger is you don't have a way to express it where it's like healthy, you know, where you're like not hurting yourself or others or anything. So I was taking paint, I dumped a whole bunch of white paint on the canvas, and I was taking black and red, and I was just throwing it very angrily, you know, at the canvas. And with acrylic pouring, you take the canvas and you tilt it in different ways to make it have a certain motion, and I wanted a really strong, like, I guess like claw mark kind of thing, so I tilted it so it would make really, you know, angles, really sharp angles, and it made the pink, and I was like, that's perfect. And I found that art is very therapeutic for stuff like that, especially if you're struggling with anger and your suicidal thoughts. Anyways, I used the national hotline because some of my friends have used it, and it has actually helped them quite a bit. I myself never called it, but my friends have. And I did write Love on Our Arms for the charity today because they were a big deal when I was a teenager, and they were one of the first suicide group things that I'd ever heard about, and I really liked their theme and their ideas. So I'm gonna repost the links here if you guys want to donate to them. Feel free. There's one other painting I did. Because my attempt at suicide was drowning, I did one for that as well. Just to see if I could. And when describing my suicide attempts, I describe it like this. I say that I started out as suicide, and when it failed, it became my form of cutting and my form of punishment for myself that I thought I deserved. And it didn't leave visible marks. And then no one would know unless you told them. And I felt like, thinking back on it, I felt like there was a way people should have known, like, how long I was in the bath or something, or like whatever. But it's that simple. Like, you just miss things that simply. I hope if you're struggling that you find a reason to fight for yourself. I really do. No one can give you that reason. No one can tell you a reason good enough. I just hope that at some point you're able to say, I want to live and I want to go for it. For me, I wanted to have experiences before I died. You know, I wanted to see things. I wanted to experience things. I wanted to travel. I wanted to see beauty in the world. And then I was gonna die. And then I stopped wanting to die. Like, I went to therapy and I went to counseling and I got help, but at some point I just stopped wanting to because there was too many things that I still wanted to do or still wanted to experience, or the things that seemed so bad seemed less now. And it was just a lot of time in between then. Oops, wrong one. If I was gonna talk about suicide now, I would describe it as, I still look at it as just a transfer of pain. It leaves you and it goes to someone else. Someone that's usually not deserving of it either. And nobody wins, you know? No one's better off. Justin and Jonah left behind family members that really struggled after they died. Really, brothers and sisters, young and old. You could tell at the funerals they were mad and upset and guilty feeling. And, you know, I mentioned in Jonah's case that he left a suicide note, and like, even knowing the reasons why it wasn't good enough, you know, it didn't feel like it was good enough for such a serious thing. I guess that's the only thing I can say between the two situations is there was some understanding in Jonah's case versus Justin's, but neither one felt better. You know, neither one was good if you leave a note behind or not. I don't know if it's easier telling a friend or a stranger. I feel like sometimes it's easier telling a stranger because there's less guilt, I guess, you know? A lot of your times your friends don't know what to say. Are you being serious? Are you joking? Are you know? When I was going through counseling the second time, not the first time, I was pretty cut off to my emotions, and I thought it made me stronger. I thought it made me better, and I thought, you know, I was going into school to be a counselor, so I thought that, you know, being cut off from your emotions was actually really good because, you know, you never knew what was going to happen with your clients. So being numb, that was great. And when I started counseling, we worked really hard to reattach myself to my emotions. They were even considering a diagnosis of DID, or what was known at the time as multiple personality disorder, with me, and eventually we decided against that, and it was basically concluded that I had compartmentalized my emotions so much that I didn't want to that I almost treated them like separate people in my brain, and it wasn't a true diagnosis because of that, because it wasn't like they were people that had histories and lives and past. It was just super compartmentalization. And so we worked really hard to reconnect my emotions with myself, and I've worked very hard never to revert back. And I think that in my experience, when you've been suicidal, you feel a lot of feelings, but you also start pushing them so far away to not feel them that it lessens you from your humanity to a degree, like how your empathy for others and how it'll feel, because you're kind of like, well, what about me? You know, what about my pain? What about my feeling? And it's a balance. You have to be both. You have to live a little, you know, in the hope of others, you know, like, but mostly live for yourself. You know, you have to find a reason within yourself to keep going. And when you're in that headspace, it's hard. It's really hard. And no reason seems good enough, you know. Just telling people to hang on and it'll get better, like, they've been living years that way usually. But time does help as your situations and your environments change, as your circumstances change, and they will. It helps. It helps you start finding things for yourself. I would rather know that I tried everything as a friend. If my friend called me and said, hey, I'm struggling, you know, that I tried everything I could as a friend to help them. And even if they still passed, then the second half of that would be, it's not your responsibility to take on someone else's life. It's not your responsibility to hold on to guilt if you've done everything you can, you know. But that person before they die will know that I won't forget them, and I will be upset every time I think of them, and that's what they're leaving behind. All those good memories and all those happy memories and stuff we have is not going to be the only thing left, dude. It's going to be both, you know? You don't get to control how people feel after you die. You know, you don't get to control whether you just fade into nothing in that weirdly poetic way, and you don't get to decide if they're mad or sad or if your decision was right or wrong. Like, when you make that decision, it's over, you know? I don't think suicide's ever really glorified, you know, but, you know, you don't leave behind some poetic, pretty corpse, you know, you don't. Depending on how you die, your corpse might not be very pretty at all, you know, like. Jonah died in a park. Think about, like, what kid found him, you know? What kid had to live with that image? What, perfect timing with that host week. No, but thank you, baby. X knows I'm sad and he's very upset. Yeah, only a monkey can keep me happy. And maybe some chocolate.
Yeah, where's the chocolates here?
I'll get some in the bed. So go back to playing, okay? Go back and put your headset back on, please.
Why?
Because mommy's still talking. Hold on. I'm okay, Tweak. I'm not going through the whole story again. If you want to see the whole story, you can watch the replay of this stream when I'm all done. But, I chose the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline phone number because several of my friends have used it and liked it. And, I chose the old charity to write Love on Our Arms because that was a big one when I was a teen. I respected them for that. If y'all want to donate to that charity, I'm gonna post the links again. There you go. You got the Cliff Note version, Tweak. The full details in all their wonderful glory. You have not seen the photos. Hold on. Told you about my dad. It's my dad. Yeah. And then one of my friends that died was Justin. This was him. And then my other friend that died was Jonah. Jonah was 18 when he died, and Justin was 25. My dad was like 58 or something. I don't know, he was up there. Love Logan. Logan doesn't want love. He's hiding in the room and refusing to come out. Come here. Come on. Come here. This side. Okay. And he's gone. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Love you. Love you. He so doesn't want love right now. Well, you can watch the replay because it's quite sad. And I cried a lot, and I don't want to cry again, so I'm not gonna go back. And I was painting this. And now I'm painting this. Do I know what I'm doing with either of them? Nope. Puh. You got dog fur in my mouth. Puh. Just a little too big. They jumped, so in my story earlier I explained that Jonah shot himself in a park. Justin also shot himself. My dad, he had kidney failure and he chose not to receive treatment, like dialysis, because he was so depressed. And I also told my own suicide attempt story where I tried to drown myself. So, take your pick. The most common one in my experience has been shooting yourself. Tweaky, I came with trigger warnings and everything. Literally titled my thing about suicide awareness. I don't know much more I can do to prepare you, but I was expecting some chat shit. It's sad. There's sad shit that I've been talking about for an hour and a half now. My I talked about seeing my dad cone. I talked about getting the notice isn't the right word, but getting information when Jonah died. So I didn't know him personally, but my grandpa had Alzheimer's, or was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, and they didn't have treatments for it back then, really. So after he got his diagnosis, at some point he went out back and shot himself in the head with a shotgun. And my grandma would talk about it if you asked her, and she said that it was really startling. She had three kids, my grandma and my grandpa, and one of the kids is mentally handicapped, and he was home the day that my grandpa shot himself. And so she immediately got him and told him to go down the street to their neighbor's house and get, call the cops, get help. And she just kept him away from that scene. And there was a long, like, legal issues and stuff afterwards about it, but she said that the preacher showed up and the cops, and they immediately came and they told her not to go outside and look. Obviously she had already seen, but they blocked her off from the doors and the windows and stuff. And they wouldn't let anyone, see, because it became an investigation at that point, In my dad's case, he had a whole bunch of health problems, but the biggest one was he had kidney failure. And when he got diagnosed with that, he didn't take the diagnosis very well. And he had some other disability things that kept him from working, so he had a lot of depression and problems with, like, feeling like man of the house, and stuff, because he couldn't work. And he was originally going to get dialysis, and then we had a big fight, and he decided not to go and get the treatment after all. And I hadn't talked to him 6 months before he died, and then I was there when he coded and stuff. And after that, they had said he had suffered brain damage and that there was no going back. And so he was on life support for 2 weeks before he died, officially. With Jonah, I was working when I got the news. Jonah was a work family buddy, super sweet. And he apparently he had gone to school that day, and when he got out of school he had texted some friends and he never heard back, and so he took a gun and shot himself in a park. And then Justin also died by a gunshot as well a few years later. So this picture here with the ferryman, what, like, that's not what I meant to do at all. You stop it right now. I don't even think I have a ferryman. Let me look ferryman silhouette. How's it usually drawn? Karen? I always say it wrong. There we go. The dark cloaked figure on a boat. That's true. Put like water level near the bottom and have a boat and ferryman gliding on it, right? I think this dark one almost looks like the cloak figure So I'm gonna try to sharpen up. Like, I have that black mist coming off its body or whatever. Is there any specifics on the ferryman's boat? Really kind of seems pretty freeform. Let's hide some of the top layers for a second. Stick-like thing. Super thin. Dude, I thought you could come at an angle. What the fuck? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna have to go through and clean it up a lot, but I could see a ferryman on it. Water like that level. Could take some. Okay, I'm supposed to be working on Num's photo today and not this at all. This is my edit for her. This isn't complete. I still have to do a necklace for her on here, but this is a gist of what it would look like. People, I can't remember which one it is. We'll just open them all. Fuck it. Switch it to this. Okay. I made her a heart too, by the way. Little neon heart. Don't need you. Don't need you because you're not the one I'm looking for. Change the backgrounds and stuff. Okay. Is this the one with all the layers? Yeah, this was early on though. Not you. Gotta be you then. So she's got a necklace on in her original photo that I'm not even sure if I can draw, but I'm gonna give it my shot. Turn off all the layers so I can see it. Let's get the color blocking done. We'll go from there. 'Cause I feel like I'm gonna have to hand paint a lot of this. because it's just so hard to make out the little details on it. Oh, I need to switch my thing. Hold on. Switch. Update this from just chatting to arts. Where are you? There you are. Updated. You could see that in the back of a playing card, yeah. Pretty much. Okay. Updated my info. I really like those, like, they're like trendy now, but the little like tarot-like cards or like oracle cards, things like that. I think the art on them is really pretty. I don't know what like any of them mean, but like I think they're really pretty. Just going to color block it this color for now. Oops, wrong color. Okay. Num wears this necklace like every stream. It's like her baby. Okay, let's start with this chain here. Actually, I'm gonna copy it and put it on another layer just to be overly cautious. Play it from the original. Okay. There's a one card in tarot. This is your dumbass in a Nightwave. I have a tarot deck. I don't really know how to use it, but I have one. It was given to me by a friend. Okay. Maybe this one? I have an idea, guys. Hold on. I'm gonna see if it works first. No, okay. Just curious if it would. Alright. Gotta make the darker shades. Let's start there. I have to hand paint it. See me. Like. I've seen enough TV shows and anime. New layer. Stop. New layer. Oh my god. Cord, stop it. Layer. There we go. We'll make this one the shadows. And make it just a hair bigger. Let's try 4. Layer. Light now. Lighter. Bring it over the dark a little bit because I'm going to blend those two in a bit. Like a generic kind of shadow for in between everything else. Actually, that would be the background layer, right? So this one, make it 100, not 1,000, 100 please. Okay, thanks. And then I need to go with, this will be the highlight, necklace, highlight. This will be necklace medium. Necklace shadows. This will be bright chains. Okay. So the shadows. So the medium one would be no, shadows go on top of the other one. So make this 25% smaller. Okay. We're gonna smudge start with shadows. Alright, medium. And then highlight. Of course, my hand's not steady enough today to do this well. Sorry. Have to do this the old school way though. Should have done it like this. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna redo that. Undo. Layer, layer, art shadow. And just because I'm not sure how I need the chain to lay exactly yet. You're not the shadow, you're the lightning shadow. Okay. Layer, new layer, art, medium. Alright, so since I'm painting while trying to stay kind of on subject, If anyone has any questions about my own experiences, feel free to ask.
Cause you get one shot. I hope your aim is steady. Cause you've got the whole world watching, ready or not.
Hi Num, thank you for the raid. Glad you raided now and not earlier when I was making sad faces. Hi. Thank you for the bits. I'm doing a semi-charity, like informal charity stream tonight for suicide prevention awareness, whatever. So thank you for the subs. So if you guys would like to donate to the charities here, I'm gonna post them in chats. Maybe I'll post them, maybe I won't. Hold on, let me get the links for you. So Num, I don't know if you were here earlier and you heard the news. So if you didn't, and everyone that's just coming in, there you go in chat. One of Riot's really good friends, Sedate, he is another streamer, Sedate Live, and he lost one of his close friends, an Apex buddy he plays with on stream named Chris, to suicide. And we've been trying to be there for him and, you know, help him, but it stirred up a lot of old memories and problems with suicide, so I decided to make this stream today a kind of like a unofficial charity thing for suicide prevention. So yeah, it's really sad. Anyways, since we've been all sad, and we've been sad for several days dealing with this, and I'm not very good at hiding that in my face, I decided that I would talk about my own experiences with suicide and people that I've lost to suicide today, in hopes of helping people and getting some help. So that's why it's an unofficial charity thing, because I literally came up with this at like 3 in the morning. But if you want to donate to charity, To Write Love on Our Arms charity is the one I've chosen today, because it was a big one when I was a teen and going through my own struggles. And the link for it is in chat right now. But yeah, so we're having a sad thread today. However, I'm making progress on your necklace right now. And the necklace is the last thing I have to do, Num, on your image. I can give you the cliff notes if you're really interested in the suicide stories, but if you want to hear the full detailed versions, I suggest you rewatch the stream when it ends today, because like the first hour and a half of the stream is nothing but that discussion. So back to work, my guys. I'm gonna turn the music back on. Bink. All right. So we're gonna go with the heart shadow for a second, and we're just gonna drag the shadow out, kind of give it a little more softness and curvability to it. Heart medium. Anyways, just to kind of reiterate on what you've missed and being on topic and stuff. I have suffered several suicides in my life. I have suffered from having friends die, to having my dad die, to having my grandpa die and stuff in that fashion. So it's very personal to me and very, like, I don't take it lightly. And that's why on, if you've ever seen me mod in Riot stream, we don't even allow joking about suicide and stuff really very much there, because it's a very serious issue. Him and I have both dealt and suffered with. So my grandpa, I didn't know him, but my grandpa committed suicide. He had Alzheimer's, and back then they didn't really have a treatment for it, and so he went out back with a shotgun and shot himself in the head. And my dad suffered from a lot of health problems, like a lot, and it messed with his head a lot, and he got very depressed, and he was bedridden towards the end of his life, and he just couldn't handle it, and so he suffered from heavy depression and heavy suicidal thoughts. I think I already did this one. Yeah, I did. Okay. That he openly talked about, and he was supposed to have kidney dialysis because he had kidney failure, and he was gonna get it, and then there's some fights and circumstances changing. Hi Jock, hello. He thank you for that follow. He ended up not getting treatment, and he ended up passing away, and I was there when he died. I was there when he coded, and I experienced all that and saw all of that. But his struggles with depression and stuff as a young kid, as you know, a teenage person, I didn't really understand the depth of what he was going through until I became older and suffered my own health problems. Jock, in case you're just catching up, we are talking about suicide today. It's unfortunately a very heavy topic, but it's one that's impacted my life greatly. Particularly this week is stirred up quite a bit, so we are doing a unofficial charity for suicide prevention. Links are gonna be in the chat if you would like to donate towards them. So the just jumping over here real quick. This was my dad that passed away to it, and then I was telling earlier the biggest ones that I've hit home with the suicide stuff were my two friends from my first job when I worked at Great Wolf Lodge. Jonah Blackwell here. He was a close coworker of mine and friend, and we were trying to be closer, and he ended up shooting himself in a park while I was working, and he was just super sweet. Think Robin Williams level sweet, like, kind of guy. And then a few years later, we had another Great Wolf loss. We had Justin Van Brunt also shot himself. Jonah was 18 and Justin was 25. And I was explaining in detail what happened and how we found out and stuff, and I was talking about just how it made you feel as a survivor of someone that suffered suicide, and how it makes you feel if you're the person deciding to make that choice. And so I talked about my own experiences with suicide, my attempts at suicide, and how I failed, and getting help, and this, you know, in general, all of that. And Justin and Jonah were ones that Riot has experienced as well. He doesn't really talk about it very much. He will if you ask him, but he just doesn't. Me, on the other hand, I talk about it a lot because I want people to not make that choice, you know? So, add some tattoos on them, be broken hearts everywhere, and give you that tear with the broken heart. So anyways, we had a lot of serious things, and I'm not going to go through it all again because I just stopped crying and I would rather not. But if you would like to see the whole stories and hear the whole thing, just rewatch this stream. Literally the first hour and a half is nothing but discussion. So, we're moving on. We're shaking it off, moving on. We're going back to Num's project because she's pretty, and pretty things make me happy when I'm sad. Let's see here. Where are you? Bink. I'm gonna make you 50%. Okay, so we're gonna grab this shadow and we're gonna do another shadow layer. Left shadow. Bink. How was your stream, Num? Tell me something. I need to hear something from someone else right now. Tell me all about it. How did she do, Raiders? What were you doing? What were you playing? Was it good? Was it bad? You're probably gonna say it's bad because you always say things are bad, but there probably wasn't. If Num's pretty, then Moose is a sexy bitch. I've seen your Moose pictures, so I can guarantee. Thank you, Jock. I'm a huge... I haven't done it much on stream since I'm still pretty new to streaming, but in my private life, I'm a huge supporter of mental health, PTSD, all that stuff, and I'm a huge... like wanting to help. I want to bring it over to my stream a little bit, but I don't want to make it the sole thing my stream's about. So I'm kind of working on learning that balance. But anyways, this particular week, the reason it's brought up is because of our buddy, our streamer buddy Sedate, and how he lost his streamer friend. So I figured, you know, you guys being streamers, that fits pretty close to home. That was not all shadows, dang it. That was highlights and all the levels. Undo. Look, I got too distracted. Okay. Layer, new layer. Left, medium. Anyways. I think... this like a 5 or not, because I can't type apparently. Alright, there we go. I'm more, if you guys really need to hear something, I'm more than willing to go through and talk about it again, but if y'all are good and want to just watch the replay, I'm not gonna fight you on it. Layer, new layer. Now, my grandpa that died, I didn't know him, and he was passed away long before I was even born. But besides the Alzheimer things, another reason that they thought he killed himself was because of PTSD from being in the army and stuff. He struggled with a lot of demons, I heard from my grandma and other family members. Okay, so this is the highlight, right? Yeah, okay. Left, highlight. Here, nothing. Left, medium. Where's the shadow layer? Oh, left shadow, okay. So this one and this one's nothing? Okay. Delete, then. Delete then, just so I don't get confused. Should make the necklace like super blinged out. Dude, this necklace detail is so hard to figure out. I'm like, is this part of a necklace? Is this something else? Let's see here. Alright, let's do our little technique on them to help level it and bring it back a little. Medium. Alright. Where's our smudge tool? We're gonna go through the shadow first, and we're gonna kind of soften and just bring it around. As soon as I finish this, I will back out and give you kind of the overview of Num's picture here. Num, did you ever get to listen to that song, Type? Select. Okay. So, if I was gonna go turn on all the layers, it would look something like this. The background's different now. I changed it on the other one. Where is it? The background here part's different, but everything else is pretty much the same. But that's what we are sort of looking like. Now, Num, I was telling you in the thing that when you shrink the heart I made for you down, it loses the glow. So this is what the big size looks like. And whenever you shrink it, edit, transform. If you shrink it, it goes more pink and it loses the white altogether. If you go big, it'll keep the effect or whatever, but not if it's small. Because I was trying to put it here at the end of your name and it would just lose it completely. But you were asking what it would look like in the background. Let me get your other background real quick. I don't remember which one it is, but I will. I'll open it and find it. It's not this one. This one. Okay. This one, change your background. Yeah, okay. So you had these first three, and then I brought this one over. Go down to your background layer. Background, paste, and then bring over, is it this one? No. This one. Easy copy. I went with the sparkles because you had sparkles in your face right here, and I liked it a little more, fit with the neon a little more. I need to fix the lip problem though. Something about your lips just show through and I don't know why. Click, click. There we go. There we go. Okay, so the heart. Move it. Well, I'll leave it there. I gotta go grab the pink color from your frame. So your frame, the color I used was this. I go back to here. So you do inner glow and outer glow to make it look like a neon. And you change the colors on both. I think they're both set already. Okay. And when you lessen the glow, the inner glow, that's what gives it the white neon light. Just for the record. And it ends up looking kind of like that, which is why I was saying I'm not sure quite how to fit it in. Even in your background. It's because your lips are doing this, they're going puckering. Back of a playing card is what you see. I don't know. Let me just see what happens if I do this. Let me just hide your frame for a second. And go here to the heart. And we're going to move it up. We're going to move it all the way up. Pink. Edit. Free transform. Like. I mean, I guess I could kind of half do it, but I don't know if people are gonna see or get heart from it, you know? Or they're just gonna get like Harry Potter lightning bolt. Like, what's it gonna be? Because if you looked at where it cut off with the frame, it would be like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. I think I would rather you just like have that like on the side or something. I don't know. I haven't figured it out yet. But right, there you are. Edit. I don't know why I have two suddenly. Oops. Delete. Edit. Free transform. Still working on the necklace, but we're taking a moment to try our hands with this. You know, see how it goes all pink when you shrink it down? It loses that neon glow effect. I mean, I can put it over your necklace here, I guess. Do you want me to do something like that? Hi, Salio. And this is the song I'm talking about. No. Putting it in chat. So you made like a caption on like your Twitter post or something, and I was like, this sounds like a one lyric in this one song I know, and then that's the song. Just for what it's worth. Okay. We'll come back to this heart in a second. I'm gonna finish drawing the actual necklace first. I'm not too worried about the colors because your actual colors in the necklace have quite a bit of neon glow coming off of it, so I'm not worried about it just yet. We're gonna hide all the layers just so I can keep working on this necklace. Yeah, okay. Now, let me hide your necklace for a second so I can see. It starts on top, goes on bottom, starts on top, goes on bottom. So the two outermost are on top, okay? So you That's not what I meant to do, but okay, fine. Delete. Eraser. Oh god. Make the eraser smaller. Like that. We're gonna go... I need to do this in groups real quick. I need to do left chain, group, right chain, group, heart, necklace, heart. Hi, housework was education still working. It's okay, I've been crazy busy adrenaline all day. 5 more minutes. Celio, what do you do? It's bringing in the adrenaline, my guy. Okay, right chain. Right chain. I feel like I've asked you already what you do. I'm sorry if I have. My brain is on the fritz right now. Heart medium, heart shadow. I guess one of you is the heart. You. Okay. Stripper you wish. Field technician for K-pop. You have told me. Okay. Field technician. Celio, since you were just popping in, we were having a unofficial kind of charity stream for suicide prevention today. So if you would like to donate towards the charity or anything, I'm gonna post it in here in just a second. I didn't set up a link, so I have to copy and paste it every time. Paste. There we go. Got it. Anyways, I'm not going to go through the whole story again. If you want to see it, just rewatch the stream at the beginning. The first whole hour and a half is just talking about it. But I'm not going to go through the whole spiel again right now, because we've moved on to bigger and better things. We don't live in the past here. Let's see. Left chain. Your top chain. Okay. Top chain. Okay. Wink. Chat just full of sexy people. God. Alright. Where's my eraser? Right chain. Needs to be, necklace heart needs to be on the bottom. So necklace heart, pink to here. And then we're gonna go with the eraser on the right chain. Let's start with just here. We'll start with the highlight. There's probably not much to erase right there for highlight, but medium is another story. Let's make you like 6. Shadow. Oh, no wonder I'm not seeing anything. I'm on 25%. Yeah. Okay. So it goes over, under, and this side it needs to do the same way. So that's left chain. Can make this showing up now. Okay. So this one needs to be on top, so hold on. Necklace heart come out. To the bottom, you 100%. Okay. Hold on, y'all are talking. I forgot to look. Yeah, nothing me. Make the necklace super extra bling. Gotta match up with Num's pro skills. I'm not pro. Make it so bright that you can't stare at it. I'd probably do that when I had the neon glow. Better be pro. Unbeatable. People are not worthy to grace the rise on them. Except for us. I can't believe I got Static to drop 2k on bits though. Jesus. Just raking it in over there. Let's see here. What were you playing today, Num? The usual or something scary today? Why do I keep losing this freaking heart? Where is it? Here. Come up between the two, close you down, come under. There we go. The usual, she was super aggressive today, driving home COD. She was like, I'm tired of these people's shit, make a flex your skill. All the skills. Alright, let's see here. Heart, shadow. That's fine. It's the medium and the highlight I need to add more. Okay, medium is this color. I'm just gonna add some through here. To kind of a little bit. Highlight. Erase. No, I'm pretty sure we're gonna finish this today. I'm pretty determined. Now the top chain, layer, new layer. I tried really hard. That game money was on the line. Num is too humble, trying to make herself down there. Very noble cause, very, very humble. I'm really bad at college. There's no need for that. Honesty. We understand you don't want to flaunt your skills. Look at it. We know. I got enough skills. No, if you didn't have any skills, no one would come to watch you. I know what it's like out here for a lady, especially in COD. I'm gonna make this really see-through for a minute so I can get all the inner pieces out. Okay, I will tell you a secret now. I will tell you why I don't like COD. So, back when I was like 21 or something like that, I had a fiance, and he loved COD. He loved it so much. That was his shit. And when I was 21 is when I got hurt, and that's when I became bedridden. And instead of being there and supporting me and helping me like through it or whatever, he just played COD all day. And every time, like, he ended up leaving and we broke up and stuff, but every time I saw COD afterwards, like, I would just feel like shit because I would remember that time, and that's why I don't play COD. It's not because it's a bad game or anything like that. It's literally because of my ex. And it's too much work to try to become pro skill to like defeat it. I'm too lazy. I just am. So if I'm in your stream and I'm supporting you and you're playing COD, it's cause I love you, not the game. Okay, make this 50% now. That's why I don't play Apex more. X's ruin everything, right? Right? Fuck X's. It's alright, guys. Don't feel too bad. I did catch up with my ex at one point, and he ended up cheating on me with a girl that played COD, and they got together and whatever. He moved and hooked up with her, and when he did, she turned out to be crazy and stabbed him in the leg. So all's fair. We're even. Yeah, karma was a bitch. Also, he now has back problems like I did, so he definitely feels what I felt and he gets it. And he did apologize. So all's fair. Everything turned out good there. And I'm with Riot now, so who cares? Okay, I need to get the shadowing. There. Pink, pink. Okay, deselect. So the shadows need to come heavy through here. Oh, hold on, guys. I need to console Hex. So I've made Hex, my kid, have headphones on and not listen to my stories today, and he's seen me crying, so he's been really worried about me. So hold on, I need to go let him know I'm okay and give him some hugs and stuff. I'll be right back. Okay. To be honest, you know, I'm surprised she stabbed him at all. Not because he didn't deserve it, probably, but because, like, I'm not saying anyone really deserves it, but his dad was a cop, so, like, I was really surprised anyone did that. need the medium. Medium? It's my last soda and it's not enough right now to wake me up. Monkey is playing Build a Boat on Roblox. He's okay. He's very focused though. He wants to beat it and earn more money. So I'm thinking maybe next week, depending on what I got going on next week. I'm thinking next week I might have Riot pop on my stream and might play some scary games. Because I don't want to do it alone. My biggest concern with scary games is getting stuck. It's not even the scare, it's like I can't beat a puzzle or something and then I'm stuck on stream forever. That's why I'd have Riot there, so if I get stuck, he can help me. I don't know what I should play though. Be careful, Salio. Chat helps sometimes. Just don't know. I've seen Outlast 1 and 2, but I've never played them through myself. And then I haven't played, excuse me, not Outlast 1 and 2, Outlast and Whistleblower. I've never played 2, and I don't think I've seen 2. I've also done Layers of Fear 1, but I haven't done Layers of Fear 2. I can't do Resident Evil again. We've been marathoning that here in the house for like a few weeks now, and I don't think my soul can take it anymore. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. You guys, y'all are dropping massive subs. Thank you guys. I appreciate it so much. I usually have bars pulled up showing a follower and sub goal, but I'm trying. Ooh. But I decided it would be tasteless in the charity event of things, so they're not pulled up right now, but thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. My husband has got like, I don't know how many subs exactly, but it's something like 50 subs. And like a friend of mine, when she started streaming, I used her as kind of like my gauge on like follower counts and things like that, so I made my goals were to try to catch up to them. They've had way longer to make their goals than mine, but I wanted to do it anyways. Where is it? You're the shadow. Okay, we'll start with you. Wait, did I paint the shadow on this? I did. Why? Why is my life like that? Okay. Excuse me. So this is the highlight layer, top, highlight. Top, medium. Your unknown. Your top shadow. So you gotta be the base probably. Bink. No? You're just nothing, okay. Let's duplicate you. Okay. Let's go through. I'm gonna hide you for a second, and I'm just going to erase you at 25%. Off to Minecraft Go. I'll be working. Ooh, what you working on in Minecraft Week? Just running around looking at stuff, or actually working on something? Hey, actually, Tweak, that reminds me. Riot and I were talking about this. We haven't officially decided if we're going to do it, but our old streamer buddies, Mana Fox, did this thing one time where they were playing Minecraft and they had like spawn eggs, and they went in creative mode and they got a whole bunch of spawn eggs and they set it down, and then during the stream they would say like, if you gifted bits, they would throw a spawn egg in of a certain kind. So like 1 bit was like a creeper or like a spider, 10 bits was like a, whatever, or donations, either way. And there was like a pit, and they would have to fight all those monsters and try not to die on survival mode. And we were talking about, that sounded really fun. And it sounded like a really good way to maybe torture Riot on a terrible Tuesday or something, because we were running low on games anyways. So we might need to make some sort of giant gladiator-like pit for fighting monsters, if we can get him to agree to it. But it would have to be something that, like, far enough away that, like, things could blow up and not murder our whole village or whatever. Because I assume a lot of people are going to be throwing, like, creepers or gas or something. Maybe in the nether. Maybe over there. Just so that we don't actually destroy our town. Or we could do a private game. Like, we could set up a private world and just do it in there. But I remembered you making our pits before and stuff, so it would take some prep time, I'm sure. Anyways, I want to give credit to Mana Fox, because this was her idea and her thing, and I'm totally talking about stealing it, essentially. Her and Epic Revenant did this idea. I saw it and I just thought that was just the funniest thing. Thank you so much, Celio. I appreciate that. Thank you for throwing $50 in donations towards the link. Means very much to me. I used to, a long time ago, be a part of a group called Rise, and I really liked it. It was, it stood for Rape, Incest, and Suicide Education, and I got involved after my own experiences and stuff, and I love the creators of it and stuff. They're very sweet, and, for a long time, I, like, unofficially worked for them. I didn't get paid or anything, but, like, I wrote blogs for them and like helped them and stuff. I even have a tattoo on my ankle for it. But one of the things is, like, when talking about mental health, I notice a lot of people only talk about the growth and the positive and the fighting through, and like all of that is cool, and I think there's a time and place for that for sure, but I think you have to get there first. You have to go through the shit, to basically get there and be accepting of hearing positive things or whatever. And so I ended up leaving the group and doing my own thing for a while, because I felt like it just was where my intentions should be. I didn't want to change what they were doing or step on any toes and stuff, so I went and did my own thing. But I still love them, still think they're super sweet, still like what they're about and everything. Just me personally, why I stepped away from it. And I don't want to make, like I said, I don't want to make my whole stream all the time about mental health, but I think it's a very important thing and something I'm very passionate about in my private life, that I would like to bring it over more than something like politics or anything like that. Like, I just think mental health is a little more important to me personally. And, I'm raising a kid right now, so I want to be conscious and aware how mental health is going to affect him. What struggles will he go through and stuff. Okay. So we've got the basic outline. the top chain kind of lays on top of the other chain, so that's fine. So I need to go and figure out how to add this glow to it now. Hide. So you've got the same pink in your hair essentially. There, let's gonna try pink glow necklace. We've got it on 25%. We're gonna bring it to the necklace layer. So I would like to bring up something if you don't mind, the queen. Sure. Shoot. I ain't doing nothing. Painting. Pink. The glow goes around each side of the heart, but not on top. Okay. Side of the heart. Okay. And it comes down this chain and kind of at the edge of here. Okay. We're gonna make it a little see-through just so I can kind of remove some of the edging. And I haven't forgotten the broken-hearted thing. I'm gonna add it at the end, or after I get the basic chains and stuff done. Have you ever heard of secondhand suicide? I'm assuming that's where, like, someone dies and then kind of makes a chain reaction thing, but I'm not for sure. It's not a term I'm super familiar with. No. Pink, pink, pink. I'll explain. Okay. Enlighten us, darling. Okay, we're gonna make this super bright for a second. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna do this at like 25% and we're just gonna lighten it through. It's basically wanting to commit but too afraid to leave those behind, so they strongly hope something or someone else does for them: a disease, a car crash, or a terrible accident. There's another term, I can't remember it because it's been 10 years since I've been in college studying this stuff, but there's another term where it's like an impulse, where like you're driving and you just suddenly want to drive into a concrete barrier or whatever. That's a thing too. And that's what that reminded me of. When you said it, that's why I was thinking that. Disease, a car crash, you want to walk out into traffic and let nature take its course, yeah. duplicate layer. But instead of pink, we're gonna make this something else. Make it like that deeper color. Deep red color. Pink. Color overlay. Pink. Okay, and it's less red on the heart. So like we're gonna make this like 50%. Call of the Void, yeah. Same thing. They're all pretty ways to say the same shit though, really. I figured there was another name, the sudden urge to do that, jump, crash, etc. Yeah. Yeah. Call of the Void is a French thing. The impulse to hurt yourself into, well, a void. Yeah. I'm trying to remember the... I have to look this up real quick before I say anything, so hold on. Doesn't really give it a name. What's this name? It was the idea that, like if you were driving across a bridge spanning a deep ravine and you suddenly sensed an urge to want to drive off it and like kill yourself. And I can't find the name for it now. There's a study being done about it. It's not something super studied in general, but it's something, a study was being done, a research study published last month in the Journal of Affective Disorders. A team from Florida State University Psychology Department explored this freaky feeling and dubbed it high place phenomenon. I think it's called something else now and not that, but they said that basically the idea was that if you're like at a cliff and you like look over and you have like the panic of like, oh my god, I'm gonna fall, but then like you looked and saw that the cliff was sturdy and there was no reason you should fall, your brain would like freak out and like be like misinterpreting that the safety of the sturdiness or whatever. But I think it's expanded now into something else, because they had the same feelings when you were like driving and you wanted to drive and like crash yourself, you know, or whatever. There's another word meaning for about lazy search, right? I can't find it either. It was like a I just call it impulsive suicide. Like, that's what I call it, because it's just suddenly an impulse there, but I don't know what it's actually called. You can have death even without actually killing yourself. You can kill yourself inside for sure, multiple times. And when you're a suicidal person, you kind of, like, I guess, don't realize how strange it is to think, because, like, I had a friend, she was like a crisis counselor, right? And we were talking about suicide. I don't remember why, but we were talking about just like my experience with suicide, and I was so, unlike this stream where I was crying, I was so nonchalant about it. And she was like, "Are you okay? Why are you so nonchalant?" And I was just like, "No, it was just part of my life. It was just part of my experience. So it wasn't something to be sad about. It was just something I experienced, and I didn't, succeed or do it or whatever, kind of thing." So I've kind of like moved on, but like, you don't really think about it, but like, it really is something that's not supposed to be nonchalant, not supposed to be normal, And I was explaining earlier, in my experience, so like, I talk a lot about my experience openly, because I think it's important, but I hadn't really much on stream, so it's kind of awkward. But like, for me, when I was young, when I was like in my preteen ages, I was raped multiple times by my cousin, and I could never really tell my parents. Like, I kind of told them, but I didn't tell them. Like, I was like, some stuff happened and blah blah blah, and my parents didn't know what to do, and they didn't give me counseling and stuff. So by the time I was like 15, 16, I was suicidal, and my dad got very sick. He had so many health problems that it just fucked with his head and affected his head terribly. And when I talk about my family and stuff, I say my family was abusive, because they were. But they were for reasons that aren't normally why people are abusive. They weren't abusive because they were just bad people. They were abusive because they had problems, like actual problems, mental healthy problems. And I honestly believe that my family has a history of the blood vessels in your brain, like making like spots on your brain, and it changes your mood and like personality. And I'm pretty sure my dad had that. And so he was a very sweet guy, a very loving guy, but then became very short-tempered, very angry, like in my teenage years and stuff. So getting help wasn't really an option. It wasn't even on the table. And so when I was suicidal and stuff, that's the circumstances and where I was at that time in my life. And I need to put that on top, actually, and then erase down to it. Yeah. So I was very much a chicken to like commit suicide, but I was in a lot of pain. And so for me, what I went through, and I thought of all the different ways, and I was like, okay, so I couldn't do pills. Every time I tried to do pills, I would throw up, just from anxiety and stuff. I just couldn't do them. And then I thought, well, I'd shoot myself. Well, I didn't have a gun, so that was kind of out the window. I thought about hanging myself, and then finally I ended up with deciding to drown myself, because I thought movies made it very pretty, and I thought that would be the best, least painful way to go. And so I attempted to drown myself. I had some old fabric that I used to use to sew with and stuff, and I tied my hands and my feet, and I threw myself in a full tub. And it didn't work. surprise, surprise, it just didn't work. Like, your body went into fight or flight mode, and it, you know, you just set up and you kind of don't succeed at that. And after that, I became too chicken to really try anything else, and I used drowning as a way of, like a person uses cutting. I used it to punish myself and things like that, and I knew it wouldn't kill me anymore, but I still kept trying for quite a while until I finally gave up and moved on with life. But that's my experience, and I understand that whole, like, being too scared to do it, sort of, in a way. It almost feels like how the Saw movies start, pretty much. Give stream a yeah, but I explained earlier, like in my more detailed list of stuff, was just that I felt like when I failed, I kind of made myself a timeline, and I was like, I'm gonna kill myself before I graduate, because I would be turning 18. I was like, I'm gonna kill myself before I graduate. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna actually do it and go all the way through. I'll go find a lake or a pool or something, and I'm gonna do it. And when I got there, I had actually, oops, wrong layer. I had wanted to stay alive so I could see things like prom and graduation. I wanted to see that, experience that before I died. And so I made it like my goal, and I saw that, and then I was too scared to actually go through with it anymore. Like, I just got to, I wanted to experience more things. You know, I wanted to see more to life, and it was very hard. It was very trying in my life, but I still wanted to see it. Like, I still needed to know, where did I move that layer to? What the fuck? This is gonna drive me nuts. I don't know where that layer went. You're the layer. Pull out. Okay. Okay, personal thing about me, I'll try to find laughter in anything. I feel like the world needs to laugh. Agreed. I need to plan a date for my 24-hour stream. You got any events coming up that, like, feel significant? Any dates? Okay, so let's see here. If I'm gonna do it like this, then here's what I would do. Okay. This, just gonna move it all the way to the top, hide the frame. Where's necklace? There's necklace. Pink. Okay. Layer, new layer. Pink. I warned everyone this this stream today was gonna be heavy. Heavy. 24-hour stream to raise awareness for mental health. Work has been crazy, and I just gotta set a date. It's hard. It's hard to squeeze it in there. But if you let me know, Salio, when you get it all set up or whatever, I can help you promote it through my stream and Riot stream. So just, you know, let us know when you get it all set. Just send me a message somewhere. One of them things there. I need to be doing this in white. Why am I doing this in pink? I gotta do it in white to do the glow effect. Okay. We're gonna move it down. Make it down. So all I really need to bring then is the broken-hearted part. I don't even need all that other.
I actually unplugged the headphones by accident.
Okay, okay, buddy, calm down. You can probably unplug them now, baby. So, there. Let me tell you, them making this heart was a lot harder than it looked. It's not as easy as I'm making it look right now, because it wasn't. Bink. And then we're gonna make it, let's see, the heart is like this shape. And this shape. Ugh, my hand. I gotta get there. Yeah, it'll probably just be streaming for trying losing my own sanity, but it's something I do. Nothing promotes mental health like losing your own sanity. Yeah, Ryan and we never get a chance to do 24-hour streams ever. We have life and a kid, and we don't want to. So we're down to support anyone else that wants to go put themselves through that torture. I know you'll hear me talk about Ryan all the time, but y'all haven't seen him. Hold on. Num has. Because Num loves him. But let me get his link. This is Ryan. This is my husband.
Do you have any scaffolding left?
Dink. And he's not been able to stream this week because we got our second COVID shot. And he was sick, man. He was down. He's better now, but he's at work now. So Riot streams, it used to be pretty steady, but he changed jobs, so now it's kind of whenever. But I think he's going to stream tonight, and after that, I think he'll go back to streaming like Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. You don't love him, you kind of support him. You're his mod, shut up. Don't give me that. Monkey will get you. Anyways, Riot's been streaming a whole lot longer than I have. I got late to the game. So he has a little more, like, connections and things than I do for you right now. Especially since my main supporter is Num and you already know her. Okay. I hate when it pixelizes like that. I can't see shit. Alright. Get my curve going on here. Mods don't need to love. He's brushed so much shit against his room. That's why we keep him around, you know? Keeps life interesting. Twiggy, I'm gonna get you right in the field in a second here. So in one of the guys that we were talking about that committed suicide, Jonah, he was kind of looked up to by I mean, like, he was kind of, like, looking up to Anthony or whatever. Pink. This guy right here. And, this is him at our old apartment. He came over for, my birthday party. And him and Riot were the only guys there. And they were just hanging out and, like, having a great time. And when Jonah died, he took it hard. And he doesn't really talk about it. He will, if you ask him, but on his own, he's not going to bring it up, kind of thing. A little gift for you and Ryan in Discord. Okay, I'm going to check it out. Hold on. Bink. Discord. No, that's adorable. Hold on, where's my thing? He's adorable. Monkey. Monkey. He can't hear me. He's got the headset on. I'll show Monkey in a minute. Hold on. X. Come here. Digital made a pretty picture. Look how cute it is.
Aww.
Digital said a gift for us.
What did you say?
Digital said it was a gift for us.
Oh, thanks to Juggle Ghost.
Okay. That's all I wanted to show you. Just that real quick.
Yeah, that's very kind of you.
That is very kind of you, he says. Okay. Focusing. I swear I'm focusing now. I swear. Thank you, Digital. I appreciate that. He's so cute. That's all I do when I get really sad. Like, I just look at cute things and watch cute videos. Tweaky knows. Like, Facebook hit me up with the most adorable things, whatever. Grr, why is this being difficult with me? Okay, let's try to bring it out a little. Then we'll make it curve like this. Sorta. This is very hard for me to do steadily. Yep, all yours, feel free to do what you want with the things. I appreciate it. You had no choice to say no. I mean, you could have not answered your phone, Tweaky. Just feel honored, Tweaky, because, like, I was like, I'm sad, and the only person that I want to hang out and chat with is, like, Tweaky right now. Yeah. Is this the one? That's the original one. Okay. So now, inner glow, outer glow, inner glow. Make this smaller. Change the range slightly. Outer glow. Bring it down just a little. And I gotta find a way to put this behind the chains, because I gotta do the same thing basically to the chains. It's a little rough right here, and these need to be thickened up, but it's not bad. Okay, so let's bring this around a hair. Same thing here. Bring this around a hair. Too much of a hair. Now we're gonna thicken up the lining. This is how I make the neon effect, by the way, Num. Is I have to paint it all white first, and then I add a glow effect on the inside and outside of it. And that's also why when it shrinks it loses that bit. But if I do it at the same size, then it should be alright. The hard part is keeping it steady. Thickness the same all the way around. Running to the shop real quick. Sweet. Tweaky, there was so much crying earlier, my guy. Just Go watch the replay. I ain't reenacting. It's a massive tidal wave of emotions in the first half. You were just late to the party. That's why you didn't get to see them. But don't worry, they're on replay for you. So Riot got this boom mic thing, right? And he's very excited about it. And that's why I was late starting today, by the way, because this boom mic hangs the microphone like in your face, so I can't see what I'm doing. And I was like, Riot, I feel like a giant dong is just hanging in my face. I need you to remove this. So I was late because I had to reset up the whole mic. Okay, that can go away now. That's the shadowing for that. Okay, so now I need to figure out how to apply this to the chain, and I think the way I'm gonna do that is where's the chain layer? This, hide. Layer, new layer. Let's try this as chain neon glow lights. And we're just gonna go through with a bit smaller, like a 3 or something. A reenactment will tell me something sad and I'll start crying again and it'll be fine. Just the thought of a reenactment makes me giggle. You were demented. Boom's name is Dong. I know, silly. I'm kind of hard to explain. You are hard to explain. Twiggy, I think you're giving yourself a bad rep in my stream. Let's just see. Bink, bink, bink. Kind of. Looks like she's got like a lightning necklace on or something. Can't make this any smaller really, unless I just lose the inner glow altogether. Max out that, I guess. Kind of. This necklace on. Yeah. Okay, it is. Okay. Then the best thing to do would be to literally hide the necklace layers and just do it where the highlight is in the pink. Need to hide you. Okay. Necklace chain outer glow. Okay, we're gonna redo you. So you hide. You eraser. We're gonna start with just erasing this, but basically that's what it's gonna do. Alright. I know these are gonna be hidden, but I want to keep consistent. Mail, there's no helping you, Tweak. I'm sorry. Gotta go shower and get the days off. Thank you. Frets the Queen, if you want more otter emotes, let me know. I'd be happy to do them. I probably will take you up on that at some point. I'm not sure what I want exactly. What I probably need to do actually is unlock more emotes so that I can do them. But I saw that you can have like bid emotes now. I'm kind of digging that. You get more emotes by completing achievement things on stream, and so I really need to I really want to unlock more. These look like fireflies right now. It's kind of cool. Layer, new layer. Okay. You big neon heart. The chain top to bottom. Got it. Okay. Eraser. I gotta make you see through for a second. To erase your top part. So it's like this, right? And then right like this, right? Make you less see-through. 100. Okay. Okay. Sorta. That side's fine. It's this side that's not fine because the chain needs to lay on top. Okay, so I erased too much. That's what it was. Got it. Okay. This chain lays on top, so this chain needs to be erased, and that's too wide. 4. Because I only want to erase the chain, not everything. Okay, same on this side. Only erasing the chain, not everything. Now we need to turn the chains on, left and right and tops and whatever. Duplicate chains, okay. Left chain. You're all 100% right, okay. Right chain. You're all 100% check. Check top chain. You're 50% Y. 100. You're all turned up. Okay. The heart necklace itself will probably be hidden because it's got that. Alright. Since I'm making up her chain as I go, I have to kind of turn everything on and see where it gets me. I need to even go darker through here, unfortunately. Layer, new layer, okay. This needs to go on top for now. Oh god. Wrong brush. I gotta do the soft brush. And then I'll erase it down, but I need to bring it extra far. Same thing on the neck part here. Bring it extra far. Now I eraser and I move this to 50%. Make it large. Okay. So that I can kind of start to erase it back a bit. It's too big, make it smaller. Particularly her jaw. I don't want to erase too much because I want it to come up to her jaw, but like I don't want it on top of her jaw. Or her sweater for that matter. Okay, so let me see here. The necklace layer needs to go down past her eyes, past her lips and nose, all the way to past hair, past the neons, past the forehead layer. Needs to lay right on top of her chest. here. So eraser, necklace here. Okay, we're gonna go through and erase like this. Too much. There we go. Okay, now we're gonna bring this down to like 10%. And we're gonna just kind of feather it in. Focus more on the chain, less right against her chin. Still having a little bit of problem against her chin here. Let's make you smaller, and we're just gonna kind of color in manually this part. There we go. Okay, now erase this layer here. Is this? No. This now. Where are you? Are you? Oh, you're a layer that's turned off. Yeah, it might be. Okay. I'm just gonna take a second and I'm gonna turn on all the layers so that I can get a good feel of if I'm on the right track. There's probably like 300 layers on this fucking thing. It's crazy. Where are your skins, your face, your forehead? There it is. Bink, bink. There. It's actually looking kind of cool. But I gotta be aware this isn't a shadow under her, so I can't glow too much. So I probably need to go to this and just go through and kind of lighten them by like 40. Let's try that. She gets the faint glows under the neck and near the hair, because that's all making a shadow on her. Layer, new layer. Okay, we're going to what is it? What's it called? Copy layer style, paste layer style. We're gonna bring up a 4, and we're gonna bring up pink. No. Is it glowing or not? This is not gonna be glow, so it needs to be the pink. And I need to just kind of go around and just sort of half paint her chains that I had gray originally, since we changed it to be more her style now. So I'm kind of mixing the gray and the pink a little bit. I still want it to be recognizable as her chain, but I want it to be kind of hidden a little more too. And what I'll probably do is go lighten the chain when I'm all done, but for now I want everything to kind of have this pink overlay to it. Yeah, okay, so now we make this 40%. We're gonna go down to the chains themselves. We'll start with the left chain. Yeah, the left chain layer. We're gonna make this like a the 15. Let's go 15. And we're just gonna kind of soften the chain edges up a little bit. Make this even smaller. Let's go like a 5. Because I don't want quite as harsh as I have in these lines. Let's try shadow. Medium. Why are you being difficult? Highlight, I guess. Alright, we're gonna pause, jump back up to chain lights, make this like 3. We're gonna paint it at 100%. No, it's gotta be white, because it's the effect So we're going to kind of bring it around, and then how does that look? Bring it around. Where's the chain glow? I need to hide the chest so I can see for a second in the background. There we go. Chain glow. Okay, erase it so it's not as harsh. In the shadows here. There we go. Okay, now this side, chain glow. That's the left side chain. Where's the right side? Chain glow. I'm going to bring the glow around and back like that. Sorta. Like that. Sorry guys, I just realized my music stopped forever ago, I think. Play. There we go. My headset died, so I can't hear it either way. I think we're gonna go around like that. Okay, now we're gonna go through and erase. Make this way less because it's in the shadows. I don't want it standing out too much. Kind of bring it up a little. Bring that back some. There we go. Now, right chain. Let's talk about you and your edges. I'm gonna have to figure out, maybe I can blend. I gotta find a way to blend their, like, edging down. Because it's not very distinctive in her actual necklace. And I'm trying to get rid of some of these harsh edges, yet still keep some of the color. So you get the shape without losing too much of it. Want it to be able to tell you're still wearing a chain. Like an implied chain. There we go. And then last but not least, the highlight layer. Let's turn the chest back on. Is this still looking alright? Looks okay. Probably want to take some of that pink here and just do a light brushing of it. Right here, maybe? Was that a different layer? Might have been this layer. I'll come back to that. Okay, now our necklace chain at the top. Kind of implied where it is, but I need to go through and do the softer erasing kind, so I need to go with white. That's what we're gonna do, I think. No. Different layer. We're gonna duplicate layer, and I'm just gonna go through and do it through here like this and then erase, but the original will be left alone. Okay, now erase. Make you bigger. Erase all of you. Adjust it, make it way more implied. And you a little bit. Now, cut you down by like one. No, I'm gonna like do it in spots, I think. So like on the edges, obviously cut you down. The shadows, but like kind of leave it implied more in the big ones. Something like that. Stick your finger and just kind of drag them out a little. There we go. Yeah, so that's much better. Pink, pink. Okay. Need to go down to the basic chain level and do something about that because they are kind of disappearing. What if I did hydrate? Okay, if you insist. More hydrates. Good thing I got lots of water. And stretch. Stretch. Almost got it, guys. Almost. Okay. Let's see here. Paint white. You there. You don't get any brighter. That duplicate layer. Bink. Duplicate it again. Bink. There we go. Alright. Hey, what?
Throw in another flower. 3 flowers.
We got 3 flowers?
Yeah, 3 flowers.
I'm gonna have to come check that out in a minute.
Yeah, there's 1 more flower left.
Alright, I'll check it out after my stream, okay? We are growing flowers. We're very excited. Where is the fucking heart? Didn't label my layers. This is what I get. Okay. Here we go. Erase. 40% is far too much. Growing lots, apparently. Heart, stars, horseshoes, clovers, and blues. Just a little so that it matches just the hair. No, before. Okay. You are the wrong layer. Is this all necklace? What is all this stuff? Okay, this is shadow. Spelled that wrong, but I don't care. That's the heart. Glowing heart. I don't know what you are. Goodbye. You had the pink over, guess. Okay. Is it better if you're behind here? A little bit, okay. You're the copy. You're more shadowing. Near pink glow, near pink glow. Okay. So let's just back up for a second. But first, where's my pink glowing heart? Make this a little smaller, like that. And we're gonna just kind of remove some of the glow right underneath the chain part to make a shadow. Like that. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay. Fit on screen. The glowing eye. This is cool. I like the blings. I like the blings. Okay. I feel like it's still just a hair too bright though in the glowing heart compared to everything else. Color glow. Let's try what. Can make you super glowy. Can make you semi-glowy. So 2. Let's try 4, and then let's try this at like 12. Okay. Let's turn the original chains off. Turn that off, turn that off. And let's see if it glows enough to stand up on its own without them. I think it does. Yeah, that only just kind of adds more shadows, really. That's all I do. Okay, that's fine. Turn them on. Alright, let's turn on all our layers. Turn. Okay. Let's go to these hearts we had. I had them color overlay because she wanted them darker. Okay. Alright, so then here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna file, save as, num original layers finale, and they're gonna file, and we're gonna close this. We're gonna open it again, and the reason I do have a reason for doing that. Open, because I need it to open separately so I can do changes on this. So, file, save as, num original layers finale combine. Okay, now we're gonna go through here and we're gonna combine all the groups. So let's see here. Let's start with stickers, merge group, sweater, merge group, hands, merge group, sweater 2, merge group, shirt, merge group, glasses, merge group, eyebrows, merge group, hearts, merge group, eyes, merge group, lips, merge group, nose, merge group, hair, merge group. I'm having to go through and do all of this because some of these we're going to add some stroke layers to. So I have it all in the right layer now. I'm merging them all into one so I can do this. Let's see here. Let's start with chest will not need it. Necklace will not need it. Skin will probably not need it, but just to be sure. Yeah, it just does it to her chin, right? Yeah, okay. So it's 5 outside fine. Okay, what's going on with the lips there? Why you got the emo lips suddenly? That's what I thought. There's a reason, and I don't know why. Okay, undo. Duplicate layer. Means there's an error somewhere, but I don't care enough to go figure it out. Gotta remember how I fixed this entire other one. I'll come back to you in just a second. Hair. Stroke. There we go. Nose will not need it. Lips will not need it. Eyes will not need it. Hearts around her face will not need it. Eyebrow will not need it. Glasses will not need it. Shirt will need it. I think shirt already has it. Okay, thank you, baby.
And I put my iPad, but it's slurry this kind of loud music. I don't know how to stop it.
Okay, chill. We'll fix it. Okay. So I've got the stroke here, stroke on her sweater, stroke on her hands. I just gotta put it around her chin. How did I do this last time? This is really gonna bother me now. Because the lips, I think I remember how I did it. Let's see, stroke. Yeah, okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna cut, chink, 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 chink. Copy, paste. And now we're gonna add stroke to just this. Okay, why is this still showing through though? Don't understand. What you know about whistling down in the deep. Alright. Hair. 100. Do you like the glowing necklace, Num? Pink, 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 pink. Get rid of that stroke line. How did I fix this on your face last time? What the fuck? It's gonna drive me nuts. It froze. Darkly fruit skills. Dude, if I inverted this, it would be so ugly because everything's so hand painted. My Photoshop froze. Luckily, I wasn't too far. I can redo it, but I have to close it down. Angry. Reloading. It's fine. I had it saved. Just have to add the stroke layer. So what? How the fuck did I fix your lips? God damn it. It's gonna bother me. Should have seen me trying to paint your lips, Num. It was difficult. Alright, let's see here. This is the recovered one, yeah. Okay. With outline recovered, yeah. So I just really needed the necklace. That's actually all I needed. Okay, so then let's try this. Let's redo. Streaming, queens, clean photos, polyself faces, people, Num. Your finale not combined. Because that's the only thing we changed was your necklace. Right? Yeah, I copied the background over. Okay. So here's what we do. We go to necklace. We go to... AC. Nah, it's okay. Let me do it that way. Fine. Alright. Duplicate group. To the document. Recovered. Has necklace copy. Can I do that? Is that a thing I can do I didn't know about? I can. That's so cool. Photoshop, you always surprise me. Okay, so I need to move you up then. I didn't know I could do that. Alright. It goes there. Background good. Chest is good. Necklace is there now. Hair is good. Forehead's good. Lips are fixed. Yeah. Okay. File. Save as. And we're just gonna save it over the one that I was fucking with. Save. Yes. Okay. And then image, canvas size 1500 by 1500. There we go. Just so it's a little away from this top edge. I'm gonna mess with. I can't grab this and just shift it up because there's so many layers right now. So I'm kind of just trying this stuff. Okay, let's try this. File. Export as PNG. Well, let me save it as a PNG. Hydrates. Oh no, hydrates. Okay. Well, I got 3. Save. Now we're gonna open Num's PNG file. And now I can move it because it's not all separate layers and shit. Okay. Image, canvas size. We want to make it as tight as we can. So let's go 1300 and 1300. Yeah, okay, too short. Image, canvas size. 1400 and 1400. There we go. I'm just kind of shift it, make sure it's in the middle. Alright. So now when she chose to put it anywhere, this checkered part won't be seen. It will just be this narrow, like, image she's got going on. Save that. No, I can't save it as that active file. Export as PNG. I'm just gonna redo over that. That's fine. Save. Yes. Okay. Now, I'm curious. What happens if you layer that? This is just my own curiosity now at this point. Huh. Okay. Yeah, don't worry about that. Okay. Okay, it's done. That's what it looks like. Anything you need me to tweak or edit or anything, or forever hold your peace? I will be sending you this image. I will send you the original Photoshop files in case I ever have to edit or resize for you. I will be sending you the custom glowing neon heart that you can use for whatever, and the information for the font files as well. The font is commercial free, so you can use it for whatever you need if you want to. If you don't, it's fine. I just had it for you. Those would be all the original layers. No, I don't want to save all these changes. No. File. Open. Yeah, this one. I'm gonna make this the glowy though, I think. Into a PNG file. Oh, where are you? Big size. Open. That's it. Okay. File. Export as PNG. Point to PNG. I'm going to drop it under the PNG file. Save. So it's the glowing heart, the outline. And the font was what? The font I used was file, open, original layer, open, frame, Bubble Wump is what it's called, Bubble Wump. So, in preparing your package, new folder, num's file. Okay, I need to go to my folder, clean these projects, self faces, people, num, PNG files. Let's start with the PNG files. I need to copy you, paste you, and then the PSD files you need the finale, the combined layers, and the custom big heart size. Copy. I'll send this one to copy, paste. Those are the original PSD files in there. Those are all copies. And then the font, clean, Photoshop pieces, fonts, installed commercial free. And it is Bubble Wump. Copy, paste. And then I'll get you an art license release made up to, give me just a second. Google Docs. Artwork release form. I'm gonna copy this one, copy. File. New document. We're gonna call this Pink Face. Artwork release form. Numb Heartache. Okay, in case you guys ever wonder what I'm doing here, whenever I make something for, especially for a streamer, like a logo or an emote or whatever, what I tend to do is I tend to give them the original Photoshop files, so if I ever lose it on my thing and I have to edit for them, I can just pull it up in the email that I send them. I send them the final image that they use for whatever, and it's usually done in a very big size, so they can make it however big they need to. And they can use it for merch if they want or whatever. Basically, one image for all. And then when I get where is it? There it is. There's the finale. So I send them the final image, the PSD files. If I find them a font they want to use for their own stuff or whatever, I put it down, like the information down for them. I always try to make sure it's commercial free if I can, so they don't have any copyright problems. And then at the very end, I make them an artwork release form, and I made it up myself, but it's one I send, and it just basically says that if they bought it, they have the right to use it for personal or commercial use all they want. However, I retain the right that I can still show it on my social medias. So usually I'll try to wait until like they've done the reveal on their stream if they're gonna or whatever kind of thing. But all I want to be able to do is show it off, use it for a portfolio. I don't want to make money off it or anything like that. And that's basically what I'm doing here now. So this is one I made for Sauce, so let me replace his name real quick with Nums, so there's no issue. Heartache _ If I happen to know the person's legal name, I will put that in this document. In this case, since it's like for streamers and stuff, I just put their stream name. Numb Heartache. Copy. And this artwork release form is when I copy it off of one used in a college kind of thing. It's not like it's like notarized or anything like that or whatever, but it is my generic go-to kind of thing. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. Today's date is June 17th. And I'll show you when I get all this important information changed. If I can type logo, and then the neon heart that I made for her. Neon broken heart, I should say. Broken heart. Okay, so the first one, the numb heartache underscore neon logo. It's an image of numb heartache. Numb heartache with in a neon frame and what? Hold on, be right back. I see.
Netflix. That's cool.
That's very cool. Okay, let me get it typed up and I'll show you guys. Hang on. An image of numb heartache within a neon frame with sparkle background and sparkle background. You kind of have to give a description for each image, so I'm doing like a rough description within a neon frame and sparkle background created on today's June 17th. That was sauces. This is not sauces. This is numbs now. So replacing with numb heartache. Neon. Let's go with neon. Broken heart. Image of a broken heart done in a neon sign style. And I do this whether I'm actually paid or not, like with it. I just do it. Like if I did one for Sauce and it was just a fan art thing I made for him. It's not one that he actually asked me to do. Hey, thank you, Jingle. It's not one he asked me to do, but I still send him this artwork release form just in case. On June 17th. Give me just a second. Okay, so for those curious, this is what oh, Celio, I'm sorry, I don't hear the bit thing because my headphones are dead. Thank you for the bits. Anyway, so it looks like this. So I'll do it on Google Documents, and it's an artwork release form. So this artwork is made by me and my stream name and my old painting name, because that's what I was most known by. For Numb, I hereby grant Numb permission to use it for copyright material for commercial and personal use. I'm granting her permission for non-exclusive rights to the below. In this case, I'm sending her the logo image and the heart image. It's proof of purchase, whether they purchase or not. I always leave that in. Giving her image change this to her. The right to use for commercial and or personal use. Let me make sure I don't have any his her thing problems above. No. I retain the right to be able to display the images on social media and personal portfolios. So basically all I want to do is be able to show it off, not to sell. And then it asks you to describe what each image is. So there's a brief description and the date it was created. And at the very bottom, it just says, I certify that no other individual parties hold the rights and that I can do this, and not violating any third-party things, whatever. And then I sign all my stuff at the bottom. So whenever I do a logo for someone or emote or whatever I'm doing, when I finish and I send them the PSD files and the images and everything like that, I will also email them afterwards with this form. And I tell them to keep both of those emails. So should I ever have to go in and resize something or make edits to something, or they want to use some element that I had in them, I can just pull their files straight from the emails should my computer ever crash and I lose everything, essentially. So that's just how it works with me. Now, pricing and things like that always depend on what I'm doing and how detailed it is. So I'm not going to list any prices for stuff just because it's always like per project kind of thing. But there you go. That's what it looks like, and I'm so happy to have it done. Nom, I hope you like it. I know you're in and out right now, but I will be getting with you later about it. And then for those that have just come in with the hosts and stuff, we are doing kind of an unofficial charity stream today for suicide prevention. You'll see below I have the number and a charity picked out. I gotta copy my thing again, hold on. One day I'll make a link for this stuff. But for those that have just walked in, someone in our circle lost somebody to suicide this week, and it brought up a lot of personal feelings. So if you want to hear all about that, you can rewatch the stream. At the very beginning, the first hour and a half is just me talking about the situation and everything going on. But in the meantime, if you want to donate to a charity, I chose to write Love on Our Arms. It was a charity that was really important to me when I was a teen, and bringing awareness to suicide and things like that. So there's the link down below. And I don't really want to start another project right now. I won't be on stream tomorrow. I have a friend coming over tomorrow. I told her it was down, so she's gonna come over and help me feel better. And but I will be back on Saturday, and I think I'm gonna get started on my own personal emotes because I have some generic ones in there right now, but I'm not sure. So we're gonna just kind of end the stream there. I'm gonna share my love with someone else. Let's see. Who are we gonna go today? We are gonna go over to Jen's Wild About Art. She's new. She's not new, but to me, she's new. She's a new artist. And I really like her a lot, and I think that she could use our support. She's really good, really cool. We're very excited person, very happy person. If you want to, Celia, just hit me up. I was talking to Num through Twitter, but I use whatever. I have my social medias all over. So just hit me up. Talk with Num. She'll let you know. Anyways, we're gonna go share our love with this wonderful artist. She's a bit of an older lady, but super sweet and very happy every time people come in. So let me get her name so I can talk about it. Currently, I am caught up on all the projects. That was my last official project I had to do. So if you do Celio, there's no waiting right now. The only things I had going on was I was gonna poke around with some emote ideas and then just kind of fill my time with whatever I want to make, at this point. So thank you, Jingle. I appreciate it. All right, I'm going to send this raid on and then in the stream so people can rewatch the thing if they want. Sending the raid now. There we go. Thank you guys so much for coming through, for the host, for the bits, for the good vibes, and thank you so much for the people that did donate towards the charity. I truly, truly appreciate it. Much love. Where's my... There it is.